is this? The start of a new ranked season.
Get up on the floor, dancing to the break of dawn.
Word of advice, young pup. Next time you want to take a swing...
Things your on me, friend.
Death finds a way.
I'm going to tear them apart.
Politely.
Introducing your champion.
Divides blood in the water to a shark like me.
I'm Jumpmaster, Gunmaster, and would you believe
Let's
in
go.
an excellent chef?
I'm the Jump Master. Let the research begin.
Outstanding.
Okay.
Let's land here. We go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Someone's achieved first blood. No going back now.
I think we should move that way.
Smart bullet firing. Ring's far. We've 60 to get there. Though I'll only give you 30.
They must not be very good.
There's a new kill leader. Just another insect if you ask me. For foreclosure. Evo shield here. Level 2. Dying outside the ring would be pointless.
Yes, that will do nicely.
Let's go this way.
Care package incoming. Does your generation usually require this level of assistance?
This way.
My ultimate is ready. Let the experiment begin.
Supply bin there.
Enemy here. Cheeky sod. No. I've had a change of heart. Thank you, robot. Of all the places to see you again.
Subject spotted here. Charging shields. Grenade. Libyan
Additional foes. Idiot. Firearm. Need to reach additional foes assail us. Opening fire. Reloading. Employing a Phoenix kit. There's life yet left in these bones.
Using my shield to recharge.
gas trap. Adding another gas trap.
Cracked an enemy shield. Firing.
One down, one down, one down.
An enemy's here. Smart bullet firing. There's a new kill leader. No need to make a fuss, though. By the God, I'm down.
Fortunate we're on the same team.
Magnificent.
Killed one myself. Traffic set. Data soon to.
More friends are coming to kill. There's another squad.
I'm taking damage. No respect.
Sustaining injuries. My vision is clear.
Healing. What wound did ever heal but by degrees?
Watch out.
Spitfire here.
I can't use my abilities. Giving my shields a recharge. I need...
Getting shot. Shields recharge.
recharge. Shields.
Replenishing my shields.
Play.
Recharging my shields.
Can I use you out?
Meet the real me. Well, well, well. Enemy here. Being shot. The nerve.
I can't use my abilities.
I'm knackered. Need a moment to heal. Recharging my shield.
Firing up subjects.
Great. Being shot at.
Cracked another.
Reloading.
I have a subject in view.
I should have known that fighting me is it's dumb.
There was 2 teams there.
Yeah, nice try.
Conduct the experiment. Or become
Let's
it.
have fun, friend.
We'll win this thing together. Semper Fi or die.
This is your champion.
It takes a lot to take me out.
What lovely treasures.
I'm the jump master. Jump this way. Here we go. Let's use that phase runner over there to phase without running. Woohoo! Is that how I do it? An enemy landed near me. Do you think they want to be my friend?
Enemy.
That's
Oh no! There's another squad attacking.
Level 3.
Patching up.
ourselves inside the next ring.
There's another squad attack. I am down.
Now is when I wear your face as a mask. If I may be honest,
Hold on
I
to me,
find
Cole.
death
This won't take a
fascinating.
second.
Powered up and ready to go.
This is your champion.
Jump Master Fuse at your service.
is fused.
As Jump Master, I'll lead us to where
What's
we
a few
claim the lost
concussions between?
lives.
Here comes the bit.
Bloody hell, you look bloody hell, you look like bloody hell. Bloody hell, you look bloody hell, bloody hell. Word of advice for these bloody games, bloody hell, you look bloody hell, you look like drop it like bomb.
Okay.
Bloody hell, you look like bloody hell. bloody hell.
Beginning ring count. Attention.
Next ring's far.
First blood.
You lot aren't getting tired, are ya?
First blood.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Reckon I could make a use of that. Cheers very much. The ring ain't close and she closes in a min. Pedal to the metal, fellas.
I've got an Evo shield. Subjects I'll catch with you.
Backpack here. Level 2. Ring's far and closing in 45. Last one in owes me a slab. Juicing me shield.
Warning.
Quick ring update for you. We ain't in it. Why knuckle cluster? New kill leader out there. What a go-getter. Check it out. Care package coming in. Lucky for you, I've got some extra supplies here. I need optics for an SMG. Need an extended energy mag. I need light ammo. Cheers, big ears.
Let's check out
Oh, you little ripper.
Spotted. There.
Who's ready to fly on a zipline?
Enemy over there. I'm down. Took out a joker. Chain. Enemy right here.
I got you, friend.
Using a feint. Cheers. Thought I was stuffed. Bloody hell, you look like bloody hell.
My vision is clear.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Being shot at. Enemy. Launching me knuckle cluster. We're down a squatty. Mother load. Got old mate's banner. All right, cover. Recharging me shields. Healing. I'll walk it off. Respawn beacon over there. Healing up. You'll be right. Got me eye on an enemy nearby. Reloading. Joker there. Half the squad's launching me knuckle cluster. Got us a new kill leader. Juicing me shields.
Inbound.
Enemy here. Dropping the mother load. Mind your head. Replicator on its way. Well, that'll be end. Firing. Another squad's joining the fight. Thermite going long. Launching thermite. Chucking a thermite. Launching the Arcstar. Arcstar going long. Frag sword. Shooting the frag. Out of
Let's go.
light ammo.
Let's go.
Using grapple.
Recharging me shields.
Get ready. It's zipline time.
Cano.
That was enlightening.
Another squad's been here. Got me ultimate, mate. Head that way, fellas. Yep.
Warning. Ring closing.
Looky here, lad. Spotted an enemy. Firing.
Thermite grenade out.
Another variable for the lab rats.
Flipping a thermite. Doing an Arcstar.
Delivering care package.
Mother load's coming. Cover your stashes, eh? Knuckle cluster out. Joker's shooting at me. Launching me knuckle cluster. Reloading. Recharging me shields. Healing. Give me a sec.
Taking fire.
Grapple. I am taking fire, friends. I am down.
No.
Hostile right here.
Serving him a knuckle sandwich.
Contact with hostile.
Stand back, knuckle clusters firing.
Motherfucker!
I have been down.
Change will do you good if you live through it. Shotgun ammo, yeah.
I am ready. I hope you are too. I don't push the envelope. I shred it.
It's time to impress.
OG gang. OG gang.
All I care about is who's the best.
This might be.
Get ready.
Heads up. A body landed by me. The enemy. Cracked an enemy shield.
It's go time.
Grenade, watch. Reloading. I have been down. The next ring is quite far. Taking fire! Reloading. Charging up my shields. Using mace. Come on, come on, come on. We've got 1 minute, and the ring is far. Getting shot at. I'm down. They actually got me.
I'm quicker than you think. Keep that in mind next time.
What are we waiting around for? Let's get to World's Edge.
Fuse is set
We
and
will defeat
capacitors
all of our
charged.
enemies.
Time to rock and load.
This is your champion.
Have you prepared for your end? I have.
I'm Jump Master. Don't worry, kids. Fusey will catch you when you fall.
Reckon we crash land this puppy there.
55, copy.
Bombs away! Drop it like bombs. Bloody hell, you look like bloody hell.
The fuck, man.
First blood. Game bloody on, fellas.
I spotted an enemy.
Righto.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Enemy over there.
Next ring is far.
Changed my mind.
Survey beacon here. Joker over there.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
Serving them. Joker here.
Let's rip.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
They're shooting at me. Dam's dead. Dropping the mother load. Find your 3KZ. Down.
Vãi
Feeling
lồn.
Making contact with enemy.
Enemy right here.
I'm in trouble. Reloading.
Enemy here. Change positive here. Enemy right.
I will not break.
My stinger brings the The heart is the strongest muscle. Live and die by the blade. Death is like the wind, always by my side.
All manner of marvelous things.
This story is not yet finished.
I'll dig more of those up.
Virtue is no more than
Minions have spawned.
say, Monster?
Shut down.
For Piltover!
Enjoy. Shut down.
boys.
Once a Vandal Gunner, always a Vandal Gunner.
Shurima, your Emperor has returned.
I'm undisputed.
Only the spider is safe in her web.
I'm undisputed.
When your master's
of the
spirit
ages,
protection, it's hard to break the rules. But I found a way.
Fascinating specimen.
Artifact of ancient power. Excellent. Yes, that one. I'm glad you're
Welcome
enjoying
to the
yourself,
Howling
but
Abyss.
there is a war going on out
First blood.
It's already there.
Don't wait!
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
There.
An enemy has been slain.
To give up that easy.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Shut down.
Talking it out's boring.
Double kill.
Beating myself up.
An enemy has been slain.
Better to beat them up instead.
You have slain an enemy.
Kinda aren't supposed to interfere, but I think was close. I can
An ally has been slain.
That kinda ain't bad. Some flowers just...
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Enemy killing shut down.
I'm back. Must have made a wrong turn somewhere.
Welcome!
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Guess you really can't win them all. Back it up. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. about to give up that easy.
Double kill.
is all I need. Once a Vandal Gunner, always a Vandal Gunner.
Good day! Null and void. They won't know what hit them because they
Welcome to the Howling Blade. Minions have spawned.
Welcome to the Dix.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm on my way.
My
You've evoked something deep inside.
favorite color is spring.
Always trust your spirit.
The balance of power must be preserved. Embrace the darkness. Change is good.
Double kill. Double kill. Enemy triple kill. Ace.
brings the world together. And it's VIR being testing out racing cars, racing drivers, engineers and all kinds of components since the late 1950s. Laid out in a huge area of green, pleasant and rolling countryside in Virginia. It is still 3¼ miles of some of the best racing tarmac anywhere in the world. Hello everybody, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, I'm John Hindhaugh, Jeremy Shaw is alongside me and Shea Adam will be in the pit lane, bringing the global sports car community together in sound and vision, and on XM, Sirius XM 207, as well as around the circuits here at VIR. A race this afternoon is the final of the sprint races, the sprint challenge will be decided this afternoon. It could be decided very early on because of the points situation. The overall GTD championship could be decided this afternoon as well. That's a little more complicated. As for the circuit action areas, an up-tip spot certainly down turn 4. Follow that leader a little bit up through the snake, the climbing S's to turn 10 over the top of the rise. Possibly an opportunity at turn 12, not much braking there. Certainly into turn 14, which is the top of the roller coaster, before you drop down through the hog pen at turn 17. But there are plenty of places that you can make mistakes and certainly lose some positions. No big run-off here. If it's green, it's going to be greasy and slippery. And with the rising temperatures here, the track temperature now 104 Fahrenheit. That is 32 Celsius. 40 Celsius on the track, 32 in the air. That's 90 Fahrenheit. That is going to make things very difficult indeed for the Michelin tyres. Drivers reporting the track is a little bit greasy. Maxi Snow will be leading on for the champions elect in the sprint cup category for Miller Racing. It's Antonio Garcia in the Acura, in the Corvette, in the Lexus, the Pro Lexus. That's Jack Hawksworth. He thinks he's got a nicely balanced car in that number 14. And in the 16, that is the white Porsche, a little further back than Ryan Hardwick would like to be starting, down in the 16th position overall. Part of Racing Aston Martin, they've been on a good run of form recently, and their AMP, or their GTD car, the number, GTD Pro car, their number 23, will start on pole position. Ross Gunn, his first pole position earned in IMSA competition. Those cars on their warm-up lap at the moment. Jeremy Shaw, this one with a bit of luck and plenty green, and what we're going to see is plenty of flat-out racing around this beautiful parkland circuit.
Well, we certainly are. I mean, these cars are very, very closely matched. It's going to be interesting to see, particularly Jack Hawksworth. That's the Sullivan Lexus car number 14 has looked really fast this weekend. As we talked about it a while ago, they had a little bit of a problem in qualifying, but he had set the fastest time of the week before that. But he's going to start at the back of the GTD Pro field. Can he work his way through?
If I'm going to talk, I better turn my mic up, haven't I? Shouldn't I? That was, I wonder why I couldn't hear myself. 2 hours and 40 minutes then on the clock. New safety car for this weekend is the GT3 992 Porsche 911 GT3. It is basically the road-work version of the 992 quick car. Double wishbone front suspension, 6-speed manual gearbox or the DSG. Take 3 pedals, you know you want to. 510 horsepower or thereabouts from the flat 6 normally aspirated engine. Is that the best modern engine that Porsche has produced? It's a tough one. It's got to be right up there, and in that bright yellow, will not miss that one. And as much as I love the look and the sound of that car with its centre-lock wheels and its Michelin Pilot sporty tyres, I really hope we'll see it again for the rest of the afternoon, because that will mean that we've had 2 hours and 40 minutes of green flag racing. Not beyond the bounds of possibility here, with a very, very deep field. 18 cars, 5 at the front are all GTD pros. That's where they qualified. There's no class split here. Pole sitter for GTD on the outside of row 3 is Russell Ward, and he heads 13 GT Daytonas in that Winward Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Stand by for action as we're ready to go green. Beautiful pace being set by Ross Gunn. He gets the hammer down right in behind him. Matt Campbell is dragged through in the Porsche. Mabendum waving the green flag, and the Pfaff Porsche is into second place for the moment. Big dive down the inside by Hawksworth as he comes into turn 1, and he's taking the lead in GT. But he's made up a position rather in GTD Pro. No, actually he hasn't. I thought he'd gone through there on the BMW, but Conor De Philippi just blocked him out. The Corvettes had a terrible start. Antonio Garcia, who got banged around a little bit earlier on in the week, but enjoying his time here at VIR. So it's first part of the job done, Jeremy, for Ross Gunn. First earned pole position in IMSA competition, played that one like the pro that he is.
He certainly did, and so did Matt Campbell right behind him. He was virtually glued to the rear bumper of that Aston Martin as they took the green flag, and he was able to, because of that, able to sneak ahead of Antonio Garcia at the first corner. A little bit farther back down the field, I noticed that Jaden Conwright in the NTE SSR Lamborghini, caliber 42, managed to sneak ahead of Frankie Montecalvo as well in the Baxter Sullivan Lexus. So a little bit of shuffling of positions on this opening lap.
The opportunity, whilst the cars are bunched up, to make those positions side by side. The Carbon Lamborghini and the number 1 of Madison Snow. And we can now say, off for Jaden Conwright. He's got gone off at the top of the roller coaster, turn 14. Now the car was slewing sideways as he pulled away, but I don't think he's hit anything. I think that was just a lack of grip on the green stuff. Green slippy, grey grippy, as we said in our Porsche keys to the race at Michelin Countdown to Green. But I don't see any damage. I think he stayed out. Yes, he has. Shea Adam tells me that he's gone by on the front straight as we're keeping an eye on what's going on at the front of the field. So Madison Snow then in third position, and we can confirm now that by starting the race, our first champions of the season are Paul Miller Racing. Didn't get the car for Daytona, so couldn't do the full season or indeed the Endurance Cup. Prioritised the Sprint Race Championship, and they have hit their target and won that championship. We'll get a word with Paul Miller, with Shea Adam as the 42 is touring around at the moment in the early part of the lap. We'll keep an eye on that while Shea talks to a champion team owner.
Well, Paul Miller Racing has won every applicable IMSA championship for GTD, the overall championship in 2018, the Endurance Cup in 2020, and Sprint Champions now. How proud are you of this organization?
You know, it's a fantastic testament to the work these guys have done, and I'm very proud of them, obviously, but we have a great team, and so what can you say?
You can say congratulations and job well done.
Well, congratulations to everybody here. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Very rare that we get Mr. Miller to talk to us, but you could hear by his tone of voice that he was smiling a lot there as his team has completed the trifecta of championships, and in fact will be the last winner of the Sprint Cup. That goes away next year, and they are the only team to have won all 3 versions of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship crowns. Nice little set of trophies back at the race shop. Looked like Jaden Conwright went straight on at turn 14, Jeremy. Now that car had braking issues earlier on in the week when Jaden was bringing it down to the paddock for its first practice session. We're hearing the car is on fire now. So that car out on the circuit, we're hearing the car might be on fire. If that is the case, then we might see that bright yellow car They had braking issues earlier on in the week as he picked up some debris. The leaders have not passed him yet. So, and we're still under green. Where has he got to? Because he was travelling very, very slowly.
Yeah, it did.
Go ahead,
there was definitely a mechanical failure of some sort in that car, and Jane did a sensational job to keep it off the barriers there at the top of the roller coaster. He was got a little bit lucky as well, because there just happened to be a gap where he could get through between the other cars that were just ahead of him. But boy, that was a scary moment for Jaden. He was able to continue around, and then I think when he got down to turn 1 again, he realised that problem was still there.
Yeah, Jeremy, he was through turns 2 and 3, but I think he shortcutted it at the back of the paddock. That was really smart.
That's exactly right, John. He paid attention to Bo Barfield's drivers' meeting earlier and learned the orange overlaps and the ways to safely get back to the paddock. Well, he did, and he stopped just outside of one of the tech tents. The officials were there to meet him on the golf cart, as well as his team with fire bottles. I do not see any black smoke, so that's the good news, but that car probably not going to be rejoining.
Well, that's bad for them. They've worked really hard to get that car into the race. I say they had brake problems very early on in the weekend. And Shea Adam has more on that. Shea, go ahead.
Many thanks to the team for letting me know. There was no issue of fire. They brought the fire bottles just in case it blew the motor.
Oh, really? Well, very bad news for them. What a horrible weekend they've had, and bad news for the IMSA Diversity Scholarship winner from last year. Jaden Conright won't get to race this weekend. Great looking car as well. Will take no further part. That's the number 42 NTE SSR Lamborghini Huracan. It's really annoying, that, Jeremy, isn't it, when you work so hard for a weekend and you don't even complete a full racing lap?
Yeah, really, really disappointing. But as you say, the crew works so hard on these cars to make sure they're as finally fettled as they can be. But you know, every now and again there's going to be something that kind of slips through the cracks or whatever manifests itself in the early stages, and that's what happened there for Jaden Conrad. So very disappointing for him. And you know, I know he was super confident having a really strong car here this weekend. The Lamborghinis have looked good last few races, particularly the car barn Lamborghini, car number 39, which is still running now in the 4th position. And Jaden was really hopeful of a good, strong result here leading into the final couple of races of the season.
See if we can get a word with Jaden when he gets back to the pit lane. He's normally very good about having a chat with us. So drama early on, and we're down to 17. At the front of the field, Ross Gunn has managed to eke out half a second lead. Doesn't sound much, but in the big scheme of things, that's handy at the moment from Matt Campbell in second. He made the best of the starts of the 5 GTD Pro runners. Tonio Garcia in Corvette shuffled back a wee bit, but has recovered to 4th position ahead of Connor De Filippi and Jack Hawksworth, biding his time. Those separated by just on 2 seconds. Russell Ward is another 2 seconds further back for Winward Racing. He leads the GTD section of the race, and the number 57 black and blue Mercedes AMG GT3 with Aidan Reid for Rick Ware Racing in the multicoloured but mainly sort of purple. At number 51, Rick Ware Acura, excuse me. BMW and Paul Miller Racing in the number 1 car. How appropriate. They lost their normal number 48, of course, when the Ally Cadillac came to play a season or so ago, but they've carried that number 1 with great pride, and they have earned it again this year. She top 3 in GTD, separated by not very much at all, as we're settling now, Jeremy, into the race pace, sitting around the early to mid 147s, exactly, I think, where we thought it would be, a couple of seconds away from how they qualified yesterday.
Yeah, and we're still a long, long way away from the lap record here in race trim for GTD. It was set back in 2017. Different tyres, lots of different things back then. Last year's fastest race lap was a 145.0, but you know, it's pretty darn warm out there today, so I wouldn't expect to get anywhere near those track records. So they'll be looking to have the consistency now. Antonio Garcia has just set the fastest lap of the race overall, 147.198, and the 3rd place number 3 Corvette. Also, Robert McGuinness was just at the best time in a non-pro category at a 1:47.4.
It's Jeremy Shaw. He's alongside me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. We've had 10 minutes of racing. Let's have a quick VP Racing Fuels update. John Potter is in 17th position for Magnus Racing. Rob Furriel, team Hardpoint, the number 99 car, in 16th. Ryan Hardwick for Wright Motorsport in 15th in the blue and black Porsche. Cooper McNeil in the white with red and blue stripe, 79 WeatherTech. AMG is in 14th. 13th for Vassar Sullivan, number 12. That's the black and yellow car. Roman De Angelis has the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin in 12th position. That's 7th in class, now into the top 6 of GTD. Robbie Foley for Turner Motorsport, wearing the Lippmann Molly colours on the 96 this year. 5th is Mike Skeen for Tim Courthoff in the 32 car, the silver and black car. Robert McGuinness, the car barn with Peregrine, you can't miss that one. Dark grey with the bright green highlight stripes on, that's the 39 in 4th. Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing in the BMW number 1. The Total machine in 3rd. 2nd, Aidan Reid in that mainly purple Acura NSX, and Russell Ward in the black and blue 57 leads. As far as GTD Pro, it's Aston from Porsche as they go across the line, from the bright yellow Chevrolet Corvette, from the BMW in black and red, from the black and yellow Lexus, which is right with Connor De Phillippi now. That's your top 6. Yeah. Top 5, 23, 9, 3, 25 and 14 at the front of the field in the VP Racing Fuel in race update. And a dive down the inside by Hawksworth. That was being set up, Jeremy, coming onto the front straight. He stalked his way back to Connor De Phillippi, pulls off the move at turn 3 into 4.
That was a really nice move there by Jack Hawksworth. I was just about to say, I thought his car looked really fast. He was kind of bottled up there behind Connor De Phillippi, ruining that problem in qualifying where there was a left rear suspension bolt came loose somehow on that number 14 car, so he wasn't able to replicate the times he had set in the earlier practice session, but he was confident he had a good car. He was less confident be able to make passes around here, but he judged that one perfectly, and up now into 4th place for Jack Hawksworth in car number 14. The other Lexus, however, Frankie Montecalvo, he also struggled a bit in qualifying, not showing much better pace in the race either, down in 8th position at the moment in car number 12.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one, that. But plenty of time to go. As we said in our Porsche keys to the race, it will be a couple of regular stops for these cars. They can go 50, 55 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes on the clock. Well, you could break that up. What's that? So that's 120 plus 40, that's 160. Would it make sense to break that into 3 equal parts? Sort of, if you can do that. We've seen that work before. The slight fly in the ointment, Jeremy, is that there is a minimum drive time across both classes for each of the drivers that they have to hit, otherwise the car's not classified.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to want to stop, make a pit stop earlier than 40 minutes in any case. It's not really that much of a factor, I don't think. I don't think it'll play it into too much. I think even if you just do 40 minutes, the next driver can just about do an hour on each of the stints, or certainly close to it. Yeah, that's... but it is certainly something to pay attention to. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, by our race leader, Ross Gunn. 1:46.895 that time around, only fractionally quicker than the other two who are pursuing him, but still is still a new benchmark there in GTD Pro.
Through goes the Hardpoint car, climbing through the S's now with the lodges on the left-hand side. What a wonderful place that is to spectate here. Hello to everybody listening to us around the circuit, Sirius XM 207 this weekend, and around the world, of course, in sound and vision. IMSARadio.com. Video for you on the live video tab at the top left. If your bandwidth challenged or out and about, you can't watch the video, then go to the right-hand side, hit listen live. RS2 is where you want to be. That's where we always are. That is the home of IMSA Radio. There's something on there 24/7 and 365. new fastest lap of the race for Jack Hawksworth, who's warming to his task, and possibly, Jeremy, that literally as well. It is quite warm out there, 100 Fahrenheit on the track, that's 38 Celsius. It's right there in the window for the Michelin tyres, but you don't want to be pushing too hard too early when the car is very heavy, and it looks to me as though Jack Hawksworth is coming into a sweet spot of performance for him, the Lexus and his Michelins.
Yeah, so he's right. He does have the pace in that car. He closed in half a second on those 3 leaders on that last lap. It's going to be another couple of laps or so before he can get himself right onto the tail, perhaps, of Antonio Garcia. But historically, for Lexus, tyre wear, rear tyre wear in particular, was an issue, but they worked so hard on that over the last several years. His Vasser Sullivan team have made big strides in looking after their rear tyres and working in conjunction with the drivers as well, make sure they don't have too much of a heavy right foot.
Corvette versus Porsche, coming down to the top of the hill that leads down in the final corner. It's called the roller coaster. If you've ever driven a car down there, you will absolutely understand why. Antonio Garcia has Matt Campbell in his sights. Matt Campbell, along with his teammate Mathieu Jaminet, the Aussie and the Frenchman, have impressed Porsche management enough for them to be handed an opportunity with the new Porsche GTP car, the 963. Those cars running after Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, along with GTPs from BMW, Acura and Cadillac. We'll bring you some news from that test over on our sister service RS1 and Midweek Motorsport in the coming weeks. Of course, we will have full coverage of Motul Petit Le Mans for you when we get to that last weekend in August, last weekend in September, first weekend in October, with coverage starting from Thursday, and a special Midweek Motorsport on the Wednesday from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre in the Michelin Tower, overlooking the start and finish line at the raceway. Always a pleasure to go back there. Another great natural terrain road circuit where drivers make a difference. Top 4 out of the Oak Tree corner. Connor De Filippi and the BMW drop back just a little bit from the leading 4 in GTD Pro, Jeremy.
Yes, he has. He dropped back by more than 2.5 seconds in just 2 laps after Hawksworth got past him. So clearly doesn't seem to have the speed in that car at the moment, but look, he'll be well aware of the fact he doesn't want to burn off his tyres. He wants to keep that Michelin rubber in good shape towards the end of the stint as well, and he certainly won't want to lose too much ground though, but he can stay within 2 or 3 seconds and keep those tyres working at their optimal performance level. Then he can maintain that pace and perhaps close in again before the pit stops, and perhaps he's saving a little bit of fuel as well out there in that 5th position. Meantime, in GTD, Russell Ward's not getting away from Aidan Reed. The gap between those two is around about a second, and actually Aidan Reed just set a new best lap of the race in GTD, a 147.3 for the Australian in that second place car number 51.
And that's why that gap has come down. Robbie Foley and Bill Oberlin driving together again this weekend for Turner and the Liquid Moly car. He's staring at the back of Mike Skeens, number 32, team Korthoff Motorsport, and 6th and 5th in GTD. They're just going up through the snake now, under the bridge, and heading into those uphill S's. Really, really cool part of the track to drive. I remember my first ever laps here. So throwing the keys to a Porsche 911, one of the then IMSA ELMS Vitesse cars, and told to go and do a course closing lap in close formation.
And you said, must I?
And oh, really? Do I have to? And I was I had to stay in close formation because I had no clue where the track went, Jeremy. So if I'd lost sight of the car in front of me, I would have been really in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are several places on this track where sight lines are a problem, aren't they? Because there's so many blind brows here. It's a real challenging racetrack, no question.
Yeah, had to stay in behind a Corvette that was being driven with some gusto because it was a course closing lap and we were all doing no more than 2 car lengths between you. It's a lot of fun. Thank you, Patty and Jason, for letting me do that. It was Patty I was chasing at the time, who is a particularly good peddler. Patty Hughes. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, so that is what we've had 20 minutes, so halfway, getting on for halfway through the minimum drive time, but nobody thinking about coming in at the moment, as Ross Gunn still leads out. The battle between Antonio Garcia and Matt Campbell hasn't really ignited yet. It's been bubbling, just simmering, and Jack Hawksworth holding a watching brief. Reminds me a little bit, Jeremy, this of the early rounds of a world heavyweight boxing fight. I feel we're seeing a little bit of sparring here. Nobody perhaps showing their hand too early on. They'll be burning the fuel off, getting the tyres into the right sort of area, but no need to throw it away at this part of the race.
I completely agree with you there. I think there's some fuel save going on here as well. They want to stretch this fuel load so they can get to an hour. That'd be great. Just gives them more of a window in the latter stages of this race. So they're going to be they're being careful at the moment. As you say, I think you described it absolutely perfectly there, John Hindhaugh, because there's no one is pushing absolutely to the limit at the moment. As I say that, Russell Ward actually sets the best lap in GTD. The leader extends his lead finally, well, a little bit finally, over Aidan Reid in second place. 147.1 then for Russell Ward is a GTD leader.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is not just the lap times. I'm just watching how I was talking about precision driving earlier on, and doing the demo laps. It is almost as if they are staying 3 or 4 car lengths away from each other, making sure there's air getting to the radiators, making sure they're not right up underneath somebody's tailpipes and rear wing. And at this point in time, they're all, I think you're right, Jeremy, I think they're all hitting fuel numbers, and I wonder perhaps if the BMW just burned a little bit too much earlier on, because having dropped back by 2.5 seconds, he's sitting at about 2.7, 2.8. He hasn't dropped back any further. That's Connor De Phillippi that I'm talking about there.
Indeed so, and his lap time last time around was pretty much identical to the race leader Ross Gunn. So I think he's kind of settled into a rhythm here. Is that last lap that Connor De Phillippi turned was less than half of a tenth of a second away from his fastest lap of the race. So again, good rhythm there, good consistency. That's what you need at this stage in the race.
It's a little bit different in GTD, where Aidan Reid and Russell Ward are trading fastest laps. It's Russell Ward in the 57 Winwood Racing AMG GT3 who has that at the moment. But they are having a little bit more of a battle. It's up to about 1.5 seconds now, just 0.3 further back Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing, and then another 1.5 seconds to Robert McGuinness in the number 39, the car barn, the dark grey with bright green stripes on that car. So just a little bit of ducking and weaving, jabbing perhaps, but no big overhand punches, no haymakers being thrown just at the moment. Does seem as though the FAV Porsche is just closing in a tiny bit on Ross Gunn though, but no real, well, not what I would call a proper opportunity to pass as yet. As Aidan Reid comes through, he's dropping into the clutches of Madison Snow, and he's almost 2 seconds back now, Jeremy, from Russell Ward, who is driving his own race, but dictating the pace in GTD. 47.1, the best for Russell Ward. just around about 0.3 of a second away from the best GTD Pro lap, and indeed his last lap was a 47.5 against a 47.5 of the leaders, kind of underlining, Jeremy, what we're seeing there about people pacing themselves in these early stages.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm just looking, there's a nice little battle developing towards the back of the field, actually, GTD. Cooper McNeil is running in a 9th position in Caliber 79, but he's got Ryan Hardwick right behind him, and Rob Ferriol, having dropped back a little bit in the hard point number 99 car, has now closed in on that little, to make it a 3-car battle for that position, 79, 16 and 99. So hats off there to Rob. He's got his, he's got a good rhythm going there. He's edging away, just inching away a little bit, at least it wasn't until that last lap, over John Potter in the number 44 Magnus Racing Aston Martin.
How much playing into the mindset is the championship and where we are in the championship? One big race to come after this one, the 10 hours of Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, in just about a month's time. And you don't want to go and have to rebuild a whole car if you've totaled it either. Good points here are great, and the championship might still be open to you by the time you get there. Our other Porsche keys to the race, track position and pit stops. They kind of play together. When do you take your pit stops? What strategy? Is it 2 tyres, 4 tyres? Are you going to play the safety car game if the safety car comes out? How far through your stint do you have to be before you consider doing a top off to extend your run? All things that we'll keep an eye on. Shea Adam, hearing us talking about what's going on, has been quizzing some of the GTD Pro teams about the pace of the tactics early on here at VIR, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Michelin GT Challenge.
They're not in a fuel save because they wanted to be in a fuel save from the start of the race, John. It's more as tire deg. And as the tires hit their peak and started to wear off after qualifying, that's why we've seen the pace drop down just ever so slightly from GTD Pro. They're making the best of the situation. That means that they are now in more of a fuel save mode, trying to elongate the stint. But everybody looking at hitting that minimum drive time of 40 minutes still. That's the main focus for both GTD Pro and GTD. And then we're going to see a flurry of pit stops as people want to get off these qualifying tires. It was hot yesterday during qualifying. They got abused then. They're being abused during the start of this race too.
That's a very good point, Shea. Very good point. Thank you for asking the question, and thank you to the teams. As ever, it's tactical, of course it is, but throughout the years that I've been working here in the IMSA paddock, got to say that we've had great access from our pit reporters and indeed from Jeremy and myself when we're allowed out of the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, and always good to have a chat with these teams. And if you're here at the track this weekend, you will know what sort of access you have. If you're planning already, the date for next year is out. It will feature the new VP Racing Fuel Sports Car Challenge, which is LMP3s and GT4s on the track at the same time for a 45-minute sprint event, 2 of them across the weekend. So start planning your return visit to beautiful VIR now. And if you're within a reasonable drive of Braselton, Georgia, and you haven't done it already, I heartily suggest that you start thinking about Motul Petit Le Mans and the finale. We're going to set it up rather nicely with the final short race of the season for the GTs and the GTD Pros, and we go into the season-ending 10-hour race on that last weekend in August, first weekend of September. It is going to be an absolute belter.
John, what do you determine as reasonable?
Well, yes, good point. Good point.
Look, yeah, it's just look at the lap times that lead the last 6 laps by Ross Gunn at the lead of this race have all been within a tenth and a half, basically. I mean, really consistent pace been run by the Tata Racing Aston Martin. The Englishman there just doing exactly what he wants to do at this stage in the race. Jack Hawkes was just slipped back a little bit on that last lap. I don't know whether he had slipped somewhere or not, but everybody I think will be pretty happy with where they are at the moment. And the fifth place car, Connor De Filippi, he's just turned his best lap of the race to get within 2 seconds once again of Jack Hawksworth, who's running in fourth.
So now 30 minutes down, and this early part of the race, everybody very cagey. As Jeremy said earlier on, can make a mistake here that has quite big consequences. A little bit of a miss of the apex going into the first part of Oak Tree there by the Mike Skeen driven Cortef Motorsport. Carried a lot of speed over the rise through 10 and up into 11 and 12, and that's just compromised his exit from Oak Tree a little bit. We still call it the Oak Tree. The Oak Tree's been gone many years. Hit by lightning, of course. I'm pretty certain you can still buy souvenirs which include a bit of the Oak Tree here at the track in the circuit souvenir shop.
It's the Oak Tree pub, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Absolutely, Jeremy. Yeah. So now we're starting to see things close up in GTD Pro with Ross Gunn staring at out of his rear view mirror at the plaid front end of the Porsche, and then it's the Corvette, then it's the Lexus. Connor De Filippi still sitting just about 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds behind that top quartet, staying out of the way, driving his own race in clear air. Because, of course, all of these cars have very similar performance, there'll be a lot less lapping. And in fact, with the leaders coming up to Oak Tree now, John Potter is already through turn 1. So that's pretty much the field spread out in what, half a lap in terms of the lap length, if not in the lap time. It's 45 seconds between front to back. So actually that is just under half a lap in time as well. So it will be a wee while before these cars, if everybody carries on and does what they need to do, and pit stops notwithstanding, it'll be quite a while before we see any lappery going on. So again, that's going to cut down the opportunity for one of those opportunists manoeuvres that we often see. But what we're seeing here, Jeremy, is real pace being set. The pace of the cars, all right, slowed down a little bit, but we're seeing the relative strength and weaknesses of these cars. And this, as I said, this is just the opening stanza.
Yeah, there's still a fair bit of sparring going on here. I mean, they could go quite a bit quicker if they need to or want to, I think, at this stage in the race. And all of them, I think they're just trying to save a bit of fuel. If they can take on a little bit less fuel than everybody else at their final stop, maybe they can leapfrog somebody and make a position there in the pit lane. Because clearly, it's a lot easier to make a pass in the pits than it is out on a racetrack. And because they're not pushing absolutely to the limit right now, there are very, very few mistakes being made out on a racetrack.
And what Jeremy's saying there about putting on extra fuel and why that's important, you can change your driver and certainly 2 and possibly 4 tyres well inside the time it takes you to put pretty much a full tank of VP Racing fuel in these cars. So you're sitting there waiting for the fuel probe to come out. That's the determining factor on how long you're stationary in the pit lane. So if you can save a couple of seconds worth of fuel fill, that's a couple of seconds. That's a real couple of seconds that you're saving on your rivals in the pit lane that might take 2 or 3 laps for you to make up out on the circuit. So if you can be a little less heavy with the right foot, if there's a bit of lift and coast going on here, a little bit of short shifting on the gears, not taking it all the way up to the last little blue light on the dashboard to change up, then that could pay massive dividends in that last pit stop. And that's what Jeremy's talking about there. Hearing from Shea Adam, Jeremy, that there is some activity on the wall of the car bomb with Peregrine Lamborghini team, the 39 car. Just 1 tyre there for Robert McGuinness. So perhaps thought that they have a tyre going down So we'll keep an eye on that with Shea in the pit lane. Sorry, Jeremy, I interrupted.
No, I was just going to say that Rob Ferriol must have made a mistake somewhere in the middle sector on that last lap, because all of a sudden he lost 7 seconds to that battle that he was having with Cooper McNeil and Ryan Hardwick. So maybe it was up an oak tree turn, I don't know where it was, but somewhere on that lap he had a whoopsie of some sort, and he's dropped back. But who hasn't dropped back is Colin De Filippi, who's just turned, his last lap was just 7 thousandths away from his best lap of the race, and he is closing in now on those top 4 cars. And pit stops, they're still a little ways away yet. I mean, probably 20 minutes away from another pit stop. But again, like I was saying earlier on, he's quite happy to slip back a little bit in the very early stages, but he wants to be right there or thereabouts when it does come time for the pit stops.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane. What's going on down at Car Bomb?
Well, for Carbon, it was an instance of them having a left rear tire up on the wall. They then called the IMSA officials out to ask if they could go to the far wall in between the track and the pit lane to look for any damage. I went out there with them. I looked as well. I didn't see anything. They've got their refueler up on the wall still, but we are getting very close to making it to minimum drive time. So if Rob McGuinness can hang it out there until they are able to bring the car into the pit lane, they'll get a much better idea of what kind of damage is on the car, where it came from, and how to fix it.
Really slowing him down, Jeremy. If there is something, they may have seen something on the data from the cars, of course, that comes to the pit wall. You can have data from pits to cars, but not from cars to pits, rather. But you can't make any adjustments over the air from the pits to the car. You can talk to the driver, though. And
yep.
These cars are incredibly sophisticated in terms of data. I remember looking at a relatively Julia Formula car a couple of years ago, the Renault Clio Cup over in the UK, and that was more data. They were taking in more data at a much greater sampling rate than we were when we were running the Saleen S7Rs at RML, Real Malik Limited, a few years ago, in the equivalent of the World Endurance Championship in here in IMSA, and that seems like 5 minutes away to me. All right, I know it's 20 years before anybody says anything. Yes, I know, but even so, these cars, yes, they are based on your street cars, and I know they're called the GT3s, but my goodness me, Jeremy, these are proper race cars, particularly the new BMW, which is built to take account of the new GT3 regulations, which was potentially see cars similar to this going to Le Mans in 3 or 4 years' time.
Yeah, indeed. So there's certainly a huge amount of interest in GT3 and or GTD. They are synonymous around the globe these days. I mean, they're great cars. They're readily available. You can get parts nice and easily. They're not cheap. No racing is cheap, but they're moderately well priced. Believe you and me, but it's relatively affordable racing in this day and age. Just look at these various things going on here. Rob Ferriol, I wonder whether he might try to make a pass on Ryan Hardwick, because Hardwick fell back a little bit from Cooper McNeil just a couple of laps ago, and it clearly incensed Rob because he's just turned his best lap of the race. In fact, two best laps of the race in the last two times around. Also, Jack Hawksworth as being closed in again now by Colin De Filippi, who's within a second, or just about a second. So that gap it was out to as high as 2.9 seconds from Hawksworth in 4th position and Colin De Filippi in 5th. It's now just around about 1 second.
So that sort of gives a little bit of credence to what we were saying earlier on, that nobody is on the ragged edge here, Jeremy. And in fact, the spectators around the circuit are watching what we're watching as well here at the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. The body language of the cars doesn't suggest that either, particularly in GTD Pro. It is a bit follow my leader at the moment, but it just suggests to me that these cars will be evenly matched, and we're not seeing how quickly they can go, but that means there's some racing still to go in these cars, and that they are being saved for later on in the race. We will have had next time around the 40 minutes. Now, I don't think the GTD Pro. Oh, it's 45, of course, isn't it? Not 40 here. So 40 minutes this time by. So it's going to be another 3 laps, Jeremy, before that 45-minute minimum drive time is up. Do you see the GT Pros coming in straight away and putting their second drivers in, or will they go all the way to the end of their fuel? It might be different between the Pros and the GTDs, I think.
It might be different between the Pros and the GTDs, and I think where your second driver is significantly faster, then they will be in at the earliest opportunity. I'm thinking here particularly Cooper McNeil, Ryan Hardwick, Rob Ferrill, the guys at the tail end of the field. I would expect them to come in at the earliest opportunity. John Potter, don't know, he's having fun out there at the moment, so Andy Lally might have to wait a little while. This wasn't part of that Magnus Racing Team's original program for the season. They were just going to do the Michelin Endurance Cup, just the 4 long-distance races, Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but they wanted to do some testing before the Motul Petit Le Mans, but unfortunately with the lingering effects of the pandemic and everything else and materials not being available, Michelin doesn't have enough tyres for everybody to go to do as much testing as they would like. So they weren't willing to, they weren't willing to allow some tyres to be used for testing. But if you want to go race, yeah, we'll give you tyres to go race with. So that's why Magnus Racing is here, and Andy is certainly grateful for that opportunity.
You can't knock Michelin for that. If you're having, as everyone is, we all know this, if there are shortages and material shortages and supply shortages around the world, you have to prioritise the people who want to go and race.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody up and down the paddock has a problem with that. I want to check in with Shea. We are a couple of minutes away from this 45-minute. Shea, what are you seeing? Jeremy and I can talk about it. We're watching the cars out on the track, thanks to our camera operators and those up in Charlotte who are feeding us the pictures back here to VIR and the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. What are you seeing on the track?
I see a BMW right ahead of me. It's a white one with Liqui-Moly on it. Oh, it's Turner Motorsports. Nice of Robbie Foley to come say hi. He is staying aboard this Turner Motorsport BMW. Fuel and 4 sticker tires. No opportunity yet for Bill Oberlin to climb aboard. He's actually sitting up there looking rather leisurely. So Robbie Foley will be double stinting to start this race. The BMW is already a very cushy car to drive as far as the air conditioning is concerned. So Robbie, happy to stay aboard for this one as we wait on the fuel. As far as the GTD Pro category is concerned, all of those second drivers are getting ready for their stints. John Edwards is already helmeted and waiting to climb aboard the number 25 BMW. We've got Alex Riberas taking his cooling vest off to climb aboard the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Jordan Taylor getting ready to relieve Antonio Garcia from starting duties in the Corvette. And we've got Matthew Jaminet, who just took off a t-shirt, put on his long underwear to go underneath the fire suit, and he will be putting on his helmet soon too as well. And I saw Ben Barnicoat smiling as he was zipping up his fire suit, getting ready to put on his helmet. So as far as Pro is concerned, driver changes all around.
That's interesting.
Yes, it is interesting, John. And the thinking here for Turner Motorsport is Robbie Foley is fast these days. He's learned so much from working with Bill Oberlin in his last few years. Robbie is very quick in his own right. He's already had a pole position this season. And the thinking behind this stop is bring him in early. Let's get him out there. Did they change tyres? Yeah, I think you said they did.
Four brand new tyres.
So get out now, turn some quick laps on these fresh tyres, and hopefully he can leapfrog the car that he was kind of stuck behind. He was losing a bit of ground to some of the other cars. He was kind of stuck behind Mike Skeen. They'd fallen about 3 seconds behind Robert McGuinness, who in turn was about 3 seconds behind the 3 leaders, who were only separated by a couple of seconds. So the strategy there is get him out on fresh tyres, turn some fast laps now, and maybe leapfrog these other guys before they make their pit stops.
Yeah, and the point of what Jeremy is saying there is he's got new tyres. Yes, he's full of VP Racing fuel, but those new Michelin tyres have a performance advantage over the tyres on his competitor cars that were around him that had done qualifying in the very, very hot conditions that we had in qualifying yesterday. And they've got 25 laps on them now as well. So there's bound to be a performance advantage. Doesn't have to be that much. Half a second here a couple of tenths there, and in 3 or 4 tenths, 3 or 4 laps, he's potentially made up a second or a second and a half, and that could leapfrog him 3 or 4 places in that GTD running. And that is why they have taken the opportunity. He's in elegant isolation at the moment. He's going through turn 1 right now, and the next car in front of him is the number 44 Magnus John Potter driven Aston, and that's coming out of turn 5 and heading up through the Snake and up to the S's at 7, 8, 9 and 10. So he's probably got 2 or 3 laps before he hits any traffic, and this is his time to shine, Jeremy, in those 2, 3 or 4 laps.
Traffic for who?
For Robbie. He'll catch.
Oh, no, he's not going to. No, he's going to be on his own
Potter.
here.
Yeah.
He's absolutely going to be on his own. But he's just gone purple in sector 1 as Robbie Foley, taking advantage of those new tyres, and that's what you see. You made the point there. Here, he needs to really nail it now for several laps. Yes, to leapfrog several of those cars ahead of him. And he's been told now, push hard. We can see that the Michelin tyres seem to be standing up really, really well even in these hot conditions. So you run the risk sometimes, at least, of pushing too hard too soon on a fresh set of tyres. But that team must be confident that Robbie, if he's going to go fast, which he is now, purple again there in sector 2, so that the tyres will still be in great shape all the way through this stint.
Yeah,
which will probably be a little bit shorter, this middle stint for Robbie.
Yeah, he's taking seconds out of John Potter, who was just on 9 seconds up the road from. So he's got at least 3 or 4 laps before he catches him. That was the point I was making there.
A lot more than that, I think.
But I think John will be coming into the pits fairly shortly anyway. And Shay, you've got a slew of GT cars. Cooper McNeil in the WeatherTech racing car. You've got Wright Motorsports and Team Hardpoint.
And tires for WeatherTech Mercedes. They have put Jules Gagnon aboard the car. Remember, he's driving a bit injured with a hurt back after that crash in practice 1 on Friday. It was, well, not crash, but when he ran wide off the track. So he is now behind the wheel of the 79 WeatherTech Mercedes with sticker tires. We've got Jan Halen aboard the Wright Motorsport Porsche at the first opportunity of asking. Jan, who considers Virginia almost a second home now, as this is the land where his wife is from. So, honorary member of Virginia. He now is already back out on track, actually. Wow, that was a quick stop for Wright. Again, they won both of the pit stop demos earlier, too, so they proved that they were very quick. Rob Ferriel is handed over to Catherine Legg in the Hardpoint Racing Porsche. And in the first of our GTD Pro Stoppers, this is Corvette fuel, tires, sticker tires for Jordan Taylor, who's taking over for Antonio Garcia. We've got more GTD cars on the pit lane. 39 is in for Carbon with their Lamborghini. Rob McGinnis getting out, handing over to Jeff Westphal. We've got fuel and tires and Maxime Martin coming aboard the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And our championship leader, and happy birthday to Stephen McAleer, getting an opportunity to drive his Mercedes for the first time today. He's taking over for Mike Skeen. That's the sound of Jordan Taylor getting some heat in the Michelins. I think he's effectively burned off the stickers. Up and down the rest of the pit lane, all going according to plan.
Thank you, Shay. Very hectic down there with everybody on the same sort of strategy. One of our Porsche keys to the race, when do you take the pit stops? Well, it's only Turner who jumped out first of all, and I would say he's gonna win big time, Jeremy. Even just for those couple or 3 laps, he's just reset the fastest lap of the race twice at a 45.635. And that is the overall fastest lap of the race. That's faster than any of the GTD pros as well. And that leapfrog that you were suggesting, that's worked really well for Turner Motorsport. Good thinking down there at the 96 crew.
Absolutely right. It's made him up, well, at least one position. We'll have to wait and see when everybody else comes out of the pit lane. But meantime, the race leaders are staying out, and Matty Campbell's just turned his best lap of the race on this lap, 21, well, previous lap, 147.0.
Spin for Catherine Legg on her out lap. All the way around, and she is pointing back in the right direction. Again, it was coming down through the roller coaster, but she's pointing in the right direction, and she hasn't lost too much time, as in comes the GTD leader. That is the number 57 car for Russell Ward. Hawksworth's in as well for Vassar Sullivan in the 14, and Aidan Reid second in GTD as well. That's going to leave Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing out in the lead of GTD. Shay?
Fuel, tires, but no driver change for the 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. So it is still Hawksworth stayed aboard that car. He did get stickers, though. It is fuel and driver changes for both the Acura from Rickware Racing and the 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. A slow tire change on the right front for Windward as they're running back around the front of the car to try and change the left front wheel. This is a terrible stop for Windward. They have lost the lead as out goes Aiden Reed once again. He has not yet handed over to Ryan Eversley, but they did give Aiden stickers. Now we go. Phil Ellis is back out and away. I think they had a wheel gun issue failure there for Windward Racing because they had to bring the one from the right front all the way around to the left front as well.
Yeah, and Robbie Fawley went by them as well whilst they were stationary. Where was the Turner car before they pitted, Jeremy? Where were they sitting in the GTDs? I know you'll have that on your lap chart.
6th, right behind number 32 car.
Right, well, they're well ahead of the 32.
Yeah, and
right
they're
now.
ahead of Aiden Reed as well, so they're probably going to take the leapfrog their way all the way to the lead, conceivably.
Yeah, Catherine just losing it going down the hill last time around as Ross Gunn comes in from the lead of the motor race. I'm just trying to pick up where Robbie is. He's got past John Potter now, so behind him is Aiden Reed. I think he's leading the race. I think he's leading the motor race as he comes round. So I think he's gone from 6th to the lead of GTD when the other cars come in. It's going to be very close indeed. Shea, what's going on with you?
Fuel and tires only for the Heart of Racing number 23. That is the pro car as in comes Frankie Montecalvo. He will be getting out of this car, handing over to Aaron Tielitz, who's standing up on the wall. Fuel and sticker Michelin's for Aaron. He's going to be a happy boy.
Lead of GTD. He's certainly the leader. Robbie Fawley is the leader of the cars who have stopped in GTD. It'll all depend where Frank Montecalvo comes out when he makes his stop, but he'll be behind him because he was well back. And Madison Snow. So Madison Snow is the only variable on that at the moment. New fastest lap of the race in GTD Pro. But still not faster than Robbie Fawley, Jeremy, for Jordan Taylor in the vet.
That's right. Again, fresh tyres and for Jordan Taylor. He's taking full advantage of those. But you're right, he's still a tenth of a second and a little bit more behind Robbie Fawley. That was a great lap by Robbie.
Well, I said it was his time to shine. He is absolutely, he was glowing there. That was a super bit of strategy from the team and a brilliant piece of execution by Robbie Fawley. They left him in the car. He knows where the grip is. He knows what the track's like. I think that was a really smart idea to make that work, Jeremy, as the FAF car comes in to the pit lane for Matt Campbell. And Shea Adam will watch this one for us.
This is fuel, tires, and a Matthew change as Jam Jam is taking over for Cam. I'm going to try and start that. Matthew Campbell started the race, and it is Matthew Jaminet who's taken over fuel and tires. We've also got Madison Snow